And we are live. Hello, Internet. Welcome. Um, we're doing day 2 of Advent of Code. Um, I'm not still showing my screen because, well, look at that. What we've got here is beautiful, beautiful snow. And, well, I hope like this is really very fitting for today. So, without further ado, let's actually do some coding. I'll close the blinds for a bit because it's quite bright here right now. That's better. And let's share my screen and we'll start coding. So transition. Awesome. And this is day 2. I haven't read anything. We're doing this in Rust. And I think that's it. Maybe I'll pull up the chat just so if anyone's here, I will notice that. So docs chat. There it is. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can start reading on. So yeah. Um, so you're launched. By the way, the story from yesterday was we got launched in a trebuchet or something, and we had some like there was like a calibration story. Anyway, probably doesn't matter, but we're gonna read the story and then actually try to solve the code. So you're launched into the atmosphere. The apex of your trajectory just barely reaches the surface of a large island floating in the sky. You gently land in a fluffy pile of leaves. It's quite cold, but you don't see much snow. An elf runs over to greet you. The elf explains that you've arrived to Snow Island and apologizes for the lack of snow. He'll be happy to explain the situation, but it's a bit of a walk, so you have some time. Um, they don't get many visitors up here. Would you like to play a game in the meantime? As you walk, the elf shows you a small bag of some cubes, which are either red, green, or blue. Each time you play this game, he will hide a secret number of cubes of each color in the bag. And your goal is to figure out information about the number of cubes. Okay. To get information, once a bag has been loaded with cubes, the elf will reach into the bag, grab a handful of random cubes, then show them to you. And then you put them back in the bag. You'll do this a few times per game. You play several games and record information from each game, your puzzle input. Each game is listed with its ID number, like 11, game number 11, okay, followed by a semicolon separated list of subsets of cubes, like 3 red, 5 green, 4 blue. For example, the record of a few games might look like this. Okay, so we've got game 1, 3 blue, 4 red, 1 red, 2 green, 2 blue, 2 green. Okay, so the semicolons, what do they indicate instead of comma? Let's read that again. So semicolon followed by, you play several games, record the information from each game. Each game is listed with its ID number, followed by semicolon separated lists of subsets of cubes. So in each game, we pull out a few random cubes and we get one, like a random amount of each. Sometimes it's a very, very small amount, sometimes it's more than one. I'm not seeing what's the difference between the boundaries, but we're gonna figure this out. In game 1, 3 sets of cubes are revealed from the bag, and you put them back again. Then put back again. The first set is 3 blue cubes, 4 red cubes, and the second set is 1 red cube, 2 green cubes. Yeah, okay, so this is basically the third, yeah, we read that. The elf would first like to know which games would have been possible if the bag contained only 12 red, 13 green cubes, and 14 blue cubes. I'm still confused. Okay, let's just continue reading, and then we'll try to figure out like what has happened. So in the example above, games 1, 2, and 5 would have been possible if the bag had been loaded with that configuration. However, game 3 would have been impossible. So game 3, yeah, 20 red, just because, well, we've got more than the amount that we can have. Game 4 would also be will be impossible. We have showed you 15 blue cubes at once. So yeah, game 4, 15 blue. Okay. So determine which games would have been possible if the bag had been loaded with 12 red, 13 green, 14 blue cubes. What is the sum of those, of the IDs of those games? Okay. So okay, that seems reasonable enough. So if we hop onto Excalibur, if this is yesterday's input, yesterday's solution, what we've got is basically we've got a nice bag of cubes. Each cube within this bag has some color on it, so it's either R, G, B. Yeah. So we've got some kind of bag. And we each time take in this case we've got 2R, 2B, 2G. Oh, that turned out to be too symmetric, but sure. Let's just add a bag another red just so we'll have something interesting here. Okay, so we've got this configuration, and we are each round taking out a few of those. So we are taking them out, counting them up, then putting them back in. So in this case, all we need to do is make sure that in each line of, if we now take out one R1, that's one R2B, for example, we just need to make sure that this amount is smaller, for some definition of smaller, than the amount in the bag. So yeah, that's going needs to be less than or equal to yeah, 3R. Basically, we have an invisible 0G here. Yeah, 3R, 2B, 2B. Yeah. I think that makes kind of, I hope this makes sense. And if not, then we'll dive into the solution and then we'll figure out how to do that correctly. But this is basically this is the layout of how I would approach this. And each game we've got multiple sets of random choices from the bag. So we need to just verify which ones are valid or not. And then we need to sum the IDs of possible games. And our configuration is 12 red, 13 green, 14 blue. Okay, so let's get started. Let's hope to pop onto Rust Rover. We can try and, yeah, we need to open a new directory and have day 2, part 1. And we are missing a module declaration. So mod rs and pub mod part 1. We can copy over the scaffolding from a solution, which is good enough for us. And we need to add this to our enum of solutions that are valid. So that's going to be day 2, part 1. And in our main function, yeah, we need to day 2, part 1 input. Yeah, that's very good. Okay, so this is working. We can now add a to do here, and just let's make sure everything's working. So this is going to be, we need to copy in an input. And actually, yeah. So we need to copy in this input, for example, and we need a configuration. So let's just copy our test. So this is our test input. Plus we need the configuration. Ooh, interesting. So we need to also like factor in this configuration. I think this is going to be hard coded for the first part, and then if we need to change that immensely, then we're gonna do that. So let's just copy this configuration. So yeah, why can't I switch over to Rust Rover? Things crashed. Oh, there it is. And while this is running, I think we can. Okay, yeah, okay. This was just broken for some reason. And our answer needs to be 8, right? Oh, they didn't actually give us like a full example of like what would the answer be of the sum of these ADs, but we need to, if you add up, okay, so that's our answer. So our answer is going to be 8. Because if we sum 1, 2, and 5, we get 8, basically, because these are the valid configurations. So yeah, let's just hop on into this test. We don't need to do anything fancy. We can just call that test part 1. And this is our to-do input, and we don't need this anymore. Yeah. Don't mind Copilot is probably bullshitting, and I'm not going to even look at it myself. Copilot is here for basically saving me time from typing. So how would we go about this? First of all, we need our config. So let's just add a struct config. That's going to be u32 g and b. That's good enough. And our config is going to be what was it? It was 12, 13, 14. Awesome. Ooh, but in this game, yeah, okay, so this example is with the same config. Okay, that's good enough for us. For some reason, my Mac is like refusing to switch windows today. 12, 13, 14, GB 14, not dollar. And we've got our configuration. And now we need to actually do something about that. So we need to pass in each set, which is delimited by semicolons, and then actually look in each set if either of these is well, not like below or equals to the thing. Let's call that cube count, because we're going to pass into the same struct, and we are going to derive this with debug and equal and partially equal and hold. Actually, not partially equal. We do need Okay, you know what? That might work. Anyway, because we are going to want to, we aim to compare these as a vector, basically. So let's dive into that. What we've got in our input, we need to split it into lines. So first of all, yeah, that's going to be just the same thing. Input lines, filter on line empty, because empty lines don't count. Line is empty. Then we are going to filter map. That's going to be our let sum equals all of that. And we are going to return OK sum to string. Okay, so up until this point, we're just doing like the scaffolding, nothing fancy. So for each line, we would like to pass each configuration, basically, every count, which is separated by semicolons. So first of all, we need to split the games. So we need to like save the game ID. So I think this is the place to actually maybe learn how to use. Well, that's not going to be correct. All I wanted is the closure. We've got our line, we've got our closure. This closure is empty, no summing. No, not yet, at least. So within our closure, what we'd like to do is, first of all, we're going to want to split the ID out of everything else. So maybe this is the day to learn none, and should have been snake case. So it says, okay, RGB, sure, don't care. So game one, so game ID. How would we do that? Let's try to figure this out with num. Okay, seems like quite useful. So we've got tag. Okay, seems like this is a very gentle introduction into passing with num. So for each line, we are going to try that. So instead of passing that with what's it called? Okay, so for each line, we are going to do this. This tag is from num bytes, from num what? From num complete. What is on with my Mac today? Num complete. And this input is going to be called line. And it says expected something usize found stir. And first of all, this is going to be game. And it says, so yeah, actually, you know what? Let's actually write that in a separate function, just so things will be a little bit cleaner and nicer. So we can do this. We need to first of all, yeah, that's going to be not hex color, but fn. Let's call that game ID. That's going to get an input and tag that with this thing, and it says expected something usize found stir, which I'm surprised because I think that was the right thing, but probably not. Let's see. So it says bytes complete. Okay, so we apparently need bytes, not whatever this thing is. No window switching for me today. Let's actually, you know what? Let's kill a Rust rover. Open it again, just because. Well, I'm sick of things not working. And hopefully, if we now switch back to Rust rover, yeah. Okay, so things are back to kind of working. And this needs to be from nom bytes complete tag. Oh, yeah, now everything's working. Okay, so we've got our game tag. Let's actually, let's not worry about this for now. This is going to be to do. I'm very fond of the fact that you can like leave to-dos and to-do macros and like things kind of like work. This is like a very nice hack and like good development experience like on the Rust side. Okay, so we are passing not the game ID yet, but we need like it's going to be the game and then the number and then the colon. That's the thing that we want to pass. So let's look at that a little bit more. So we've got tag. We don't need anything else. So apparently, yeah. So let something equals this. That's going to be our next input apparently. So yeah, that's okay. So we are passing this out. Then we don't care about the thing, the token that we just did. Like okay. And we can pass the next thing, which is well, not the tuple yet, but we are going to we are going to need to split out the number. So that's going to be let input equals something. Yeah. So this is actually the way to do that. And we need not a tag now, but actually a number. So digit 1. That's going to be at least 1 or exactly 1 digit. Use digit 1 in combination with MapRes to pass an integer. So that's going to be just the 1. So that's not good enough. So was the MapRes pass input? Okay, so that's the way to actually pass a digit, apparently. So let's pass a digit, pass an integer. So yeah, this is going to be MapRes import and import from character complete. Yeah. So that is going to be this thing. Okay. Do we need this question mark? Yeah, we do. Okay, so this question mark basically bubbles up errors. So that's going to be very useful for us. So we've got ourselves not now we need that. That's going to be the game ID. And we can split out the colon and whatever is after it. And we can return the input and game ID. Okay, that's very nice. So basically what we've done now is basically we've streamed through the input and we extracted the game ID as a string yet. So that's going to be game ID. And we can return that. Okay, that's very, okay, that's clean and nice. And now we can, yeah, do the cube count, which probably, let's actually, yeah, that's not going to work because, well, we don't get that every time, and especially not in this place, and not in this, not in any guaranteed order. So we are going to need to do something better with that. So first of all, we can map now this. So we can map filter on game ID, and then we don't need this filter anymore because this is going to fail on empty lines. So we don't need to do anything fancy here. And our, let's call that fn. That's going to be count cubes. That's going to get not an input, but a non-I result at this point. Because we are going to... Actually, you know what this actually needs to be? We need to somehow mark, like within each game, we need to bubble up else, and if like one, if for interesting. So actually, we don't have to use the fact that like okay, so each game can be split and like done separately. Instead of like aggregating the game, we can just try to subtract the known number in our config, which is this one. Where is it? Yeah. So this config, we can just say for each color that we see, we can just claim to either if it's higher than the color we're passing, then we are okay, and if it's lower than higher greater or equal to the color we're passing, it's okay, and if it's not okay, then we are going to just filter this line out, and then we're not going to only sum the game IDs. That was probably not clear, but basically we are going to, well, our plan is going to be subtract the number of cubes in the config from the number of the cubes in the game, and then filter out negative counts, sum the remaining game IDs. That's our plan, basically. So let's actually, yeah, so basically we're not going to count cubes, but we are going to, well, yeah, basically we've got our input, which is now going to be this thing. And do we need this to be like that? No, we don't. Or maybe we do. So this game ID, we need to tag it along because we need to basically, that's the thing we are trying to return. So how would we do this? So we've got our input. We need to count the cube. So we need to have the config. So let's actually do that here, just because closures are nicer this way. So we've got another filter map, and we are going to receive the game ID. Is that right? Yeah, because filter map also already strips out the game ID. So in this case, we are not going to count cubes here. We are just going to, okay, so we need to parse each color every time, basically. So let's just do that quickly. So that's going to be extract color, extract cube counts. That's going to receive color, which is of type string reference. And it's going to receive an input string. And that's going to be a tag color. And we need to first, okay, so let's actually look at the, how does it look? So it needs to be a number and then the actual thing. We need to pass that, and we need to split everything up until this thing. So we can firstly, yeah, okay. So this is going to be our limit, let's call that. We also need a limit, which is some I32. And so we've got our input. Let's actually flip the order around. And all we need to do is basically say how would we do this? I want this string above me, so I will be able to like see what I'm doing. So we are only seeing this now. We have split out everything else. Wait, so this is not good. We needed to get not only the game ID, but we needed both things. So this is going to be an OK tuple of this and this. Oh, so I think this is incorrect. This needed to be And then that's going to be rest. Why is it not knowing what happened? Sorry, I do have something important to say. You've got a machine. Awesome. Sorry, I just I had a script in the background running a Polar to provision Lambda Cloud instance. I'm ready to do the stream. Be back in a minute. Yeah, okay. Back. So where were we? We were trying to split out this thing. So right now, with what we're getting here, like if this is actually correct, this might be we need to maybe split that. This area, the type inference doesn't work really well, which is kind of sad. And oh, it might be due to the fact that this is not working. Okay, so why is it not like inferring the types? It says let's just add a to do here. F unknown. Why is F unknown? Like I thought the fact that we are actually like doing strong types here and we're actually saying what we're returning a tuple of strings is going to be good enough, but apparently not. So yeah, we've got game ID and line. I mean, this is basically a separated line, but sure. So first of all, we need to basically say now we can return for now an OK game ID because that's the thing that we aim for. We aim to return, and it says expected option got result. So it's going to be some game ID. Okay. Does it not know what the thing is? Okay, so we need to. Oh, we can actually also also pass this. I mean, why not? So let's actually pass this game ID. So let ID of type U32 be well. We need to pass this. That's going to be U32, whatever. And this is going to be game ID dot. That's not good. I really hope this parser would know how to like convert easily, but apparently things are. So game ID should be a string. Yeah. So Rust pass decimal number. So dot pass. Okay, so game ID dot pass U32 unwrap. Yeah, so no unwrapping, but just returning a question mark. And that's going to say expected 0 arguments, found 1. That's, do we need to do something like that? Send parser program macros. Why is that? We've got our input, which is a string reference. Is it the string reference though? Probably it is. This is just digits. Can we claim this is a string reference just so type inference would work. Stir third. And this is now claiming to know this is okay. This is a U32, hopefully. I mean, let's make it an I32 just so things would make sense a little bit more. And now this is basically an I32. So if we are returning this, then we can sum that. Yeah, okay. So let's just run that for a minute, and that's going to be like a sanity check that we are summing everything. This is going to fail, of course, horribly. It says derive partial odd. Why do we need partial odd? We haven't done anything. Oh, it's just unhappy that we are not using this correctly. Okay. It says from the core parse. It says from string not implemented for string reference. Interesting. Do we need to borrow something here? Probably not. So this is to owned. And it says third parse. Ooh, this one is unhappy for some reason. Wait. So third parse is already doing the thing. Ooh, so that might be why it claimed to be U32 already. So if we do this, then would that just like magically work? It says impl pass from stir. The trait not supported for I32s. Does it support for this thing? Okay, so that's going to be and it says okay, so this is actually an interesting thing. So that's going to basically be we are going to say whatever this type is, it has to implement from stir. And apparently I32 does not do that, and U32 does not do that. Does U64 do that? Or usize? And it says no. Computer says no. And if we do that, like we retain the string, then it says the trait from stir still. Interesting. So how can we force this into okay, so apparently we need to read a little bit about like parse, this thing. So modules, do we have an example of like integers? Parse2. Interesting. So trait parse2. Okay, that's a trait which I'm still not familiar with at all. Succeeds if parse succeeds. Parse2. So can we just use parse directly instead of like passing integers like that? Okay, so this is going to be DEU. Okay, so writing the first parser, take while one. Okay, finding the right combinator. Where's like the A to B, B to A, like the basically the C-like convenience or Python-like convenience of like passing ints into strings or strings into it. So this one, how do we convert that into an integer? If we try usize, then it claims to be usize, but then it fails to compile because of this thing. By the way, this will probably also fail like somewhere here down the line because we cannot sum strings, but that's all right. Actually, you know what? That's going to be sum to do, just so things would compile. And okay, so let's read the error again. A lot of people, smart people, always say about that. It says trait bound from stir not satisfied. And it says that string pass from stir is not implemented for usize. And how can we make that into this thing? So we cannot pass into a usize. Do they have an example of what can be passed into a usize? And it says j.pass u32. Okay, so this is apparently just supposed to be working. So why does u32 does not work? So u32 and claims this does not work. Digit. Yeah, so digit is just, well, plain digits. That's an hex digit. Okay, so this is not a hex digit. So digit 1, yeah, to pass an integer. So this is, okay, so this is our example. So let's actually just copy that example exactly as it is. That's going to be our function. So yeah, that's going to be parser. That's going to be non-iResult. Yeah, we can alleviate this thing. And let's call that parse int. And parse int is now going to be this thing. So parse int. Oh, that's the thing is because of the reference, because we can't return reference. Oh, I'm so that's just, yeah, okay, that's kind of sad. Yeah, this is just going to compile now, right? And it now says filter map option B required by blah 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 blah, and it says we got result instead of an option. Okay, so we need to dump that down into apparently a result. So that's going to be something. Okay, so first of all, like this is very nice, and we can now we can remove all of this crap. We don't need this pass int anymore because we know exactly where we went wrong, which is the reference. By the way, like this is basically this is the goal, like to find the stupid bugs and understand the niche, like the minute, like the intricacies of like when should you pass things by reference or not in Rust, basically. Because ints are so small, basically passing them as a copy is okay. So we extracted our game ID, and it is unhappy about because, well, it says we are returning a result when we should have returned an error, basically. So we need to dump that down into an option type. So yeah, that's going to be fn game ID. Yeah, basically we are going to, oh, we can just say dot OK. Interesting. So can we sum? That's not going to work, but you know what? That's going to be a thing that we do by passing this closure in. So we are going to say we are passing our line into this thing, and that's going to be okay, and that's going to be sum. Okay, so we are now getting our sum game ID. So that's so we need to now split that into a tuple and replace the positions, because that's where we've got the things. So yeah, we've got our line, we've got our game ID passed correctly now, hopefully. And we can return now some game ID just to be to run the tests and see things kind of compile maybe. And it says this needs to know what it is, so that's going to be a usize, for example. And it says U32 declared here. So let's return that as a usize, and everything should somehow work. And this compiled, and our session would now fail because we are summing the wrong things. But yeah, awesome. So right now we've got like the pipeline working, and we now need to filter out games that are incorrect. Hopefully you got like you got that. So how would we do that? So I'd say we need something. So we've got our line. Can filter out everything. We can find like all of these basically. So it might be red comma, or I mean, it doesn't really matter even if it's actually a semicolon or. Oh, it does matter because we need to sum. Sometimes we've got like 1 green, 2 green. So that means we need to accumulate more than one color before we actually like compute whether it's below or above the threshold. So we need to first of all accumulate things. So that's going to, we need to basically pass this like each semicolon round. So we need to, okay, so we need to split by semicolons and then count up the red, blue, and greens, and then ask whether all of them are below the threshold. So let's figure out how to do that now that we've got a little bit more idea of how to do that with none. Which, by the way, is like this is actually nice, a nice passing code. Now that I'm like getting familiar with how things work. So let's figure this out. By the way, if anyone is doing this in Python, then I would recommend PyParsing, which is a very nice library for, well, parsing. So how, like, what building blocks are the right ones for this? So we've got basically we've got 0 or more, 1 or more color passed. Okay, so we've got, yeah, 1 or more combinations of number and color, and that thing we need to basically add together. So what we would need is something in the lines of, let's think about it very shortly. So we've got pass color. This is going to receive an input string, and this is going to return not a cube count. No, this is going to return the name of the color and a use size, basically. And how would we look at that? This is going to be either, yeah, it's going to be, that's not correct at all. So yeah, let input be tag, yeah, it's going to basically be this, and that's going to be past integer, because we know that already. That's going to be this thing. So let input count past, yeah, that's going to be the past digits, and then space, then it's going to be map, not the digit, but that's going to be an actual word. So this is where we need not a digit, but we need something like letter. Let's figure this out. So a tag is not right. We need a letter. Do we got any like examples of letters? Let's see. Tag ABCD. This will consume if the inputs begin with ABCD. That's not good enough. Many opt will make the parser optional. Ooh, optional is good. So we might want to do an optional in a minute, but we've got where's the, we need like passing letters, identifier, letters, ASCII, words. You know what? This might be only red, green, or blue, so we can do that because, well, it's very simple-ish. So it's going to be opt, right? Map opt. How would we do that correctly? So map opt. Let's read that just to be sure. This will say apply function returning an option over the result of the parser. So we can do this if we want to pass red, green, or blue. But we might want to try opt tag red. Yeah, okay. So I think this is okay. This is going to be basically okay. So I wonder if we could like do an actual like all clause like in a regular expression manner. But basically we want to, that's going to be the color is going to be opt okay, or yeah, all blue. So one of them needs to work, and if not, then we need to basically say unwrap, or I mean expect no color found, and we need to say no panicking, no thank you. So we've got our color, which is one of these, and we can just match some color. So actually, you know what? Yeah, let's not do that with expect right now. Let's just do this. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's do that with expect. So no color found, that's good enough, and that's going to be match some blah 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 blah, and that's basically we need to return. Oh, we need to also consume the either comma or what's it? Tag, it's either a comma or whatever that was. So option tag that or semicolon. Oh, that's actually not good enough because we do want to only pass commas at this point. Or do we? You know what? Let's just keep that to a higher scope to deal with that. So this is going to only pass the color and like only return the actual U size, which is going to be well, color and count. So let's actually just do that. So let's just return not this, but cube count, and this is going to be a so count is going to be so let cube count. Yeah, this is terrible. Probably we need a better way to do this. No panicking. Why do you panic? We just say anyhow, no color found, and that's it. Cube count. Okay, so we've got ourselves a cube count, and we can sum them together because we've done the ordering and partial ordering. We need to maybe add. Can we sum these together? So yeah, this is a parser for the color, but we can do this like a bit more cleanly. Anyway, and we need to pass round. So how would the passing around would look? So fn pass round is going to get an input string, return a cube count, which is to say we are going to map these so how does a round look like? It says it's going to be let input, it's going to be map of map res of not digit, no. Is it map res? Parser. Applies a result. Yeah, so map result, I see. So we could use, yeah, we do want map res. So it's going to be parse color, cube count. No, that's not right. That's going to be count. Oh, so we need to iterate over this and actually pass all of them and sum them together. So do we have like a reduce thing? Basically, we'd want to split everything and pass each one of them and then sum these together. So actually, let mute. Okay, let mute sum cube count this thing, and we've got everything within a round. Okay, that's very good. Then loop pass color input, and then we're doing that. Yeah, that's not true at all. A result found blah blah, and that's going to be return okay input sum. So let's just make sure this is actually working. How does that look? So this thing does not know anything about commas, but it does know about the fact that this is a digit and it needs to, yeah, there's definitely no tag here. We're going to just pass the thing, the digits, and then a space. Basically, yeah, this thing. This is our token. So yeah, our token is this thing. Pass this. Pass round. So this is going to pass up until this thing. And in our round, how would we do this? So we've got multiple rounds, which are limited by this thing. So we are going to consume, this is going to be, wait, if we look at the tag, how does that work? Hello, comma, world, parser. Let's look at that tag, hello. Parser something, it's going to return an error kind. So this one expects the thing to be the first token. So how does tag work with tag no case? Oh, that's quite nice that we can just say to be like we can claim to be case insensitive. So not space. Oh, not space is nice. Like this would have been like a good way to pass the hello world token. So not the hello world, the color token. So we can just say no space, but map_res not space pass input. That's going to be. Is that not a thing, or did they like they defined the not space, right? Not space is not. Okay, so yeah, this is apparently a very good way to do things. So let's copy that. So that's going to be not space. Is not can be imported from bytes complete, and map_res not space. That's going to be color, and we are going to match over the color. Is that correct though? It's not going to be correct because, well, it needs to be also not. So that's going to be, let's call that is word. That's going to be is not also the comma or whatever, semicolon. So is word, that's going to be passing the color out. How would we continue this? So we've split out this one into cube count, which is basically our red, green, and blue. We could have done that with a hash map instead of a struct, by the way, and that would have been probably a little bit cleaner. So we run, and then we have our config. We need to say something about that. Pass round. So for each round, we've got this thing, and we are leaving this thing out. Yeah. And we are returning the sum. Is this a good way to do this? Let's think about that. We are passing the color. We are summing it in. Is that should is it option possible to just say that? I think it is. If not, then it will scream at us for not compiling, basically. And if that is the case, we could maybe try to iterate over this, but I don't think. Yeah, we could probably do something like map and then sum. So we could say input dot so this thing is basically we are extracting the game ID. If we look at that, then we are only extracting one, and then we're passing it in. So I think we could do that like more functional style by passing the state in, and then always returning like the sum of each of them. So that might be a nice like cleaner way to do this. So if we look at parse color, we've got parse, not parse color, but parse round. Oh, actually, you know what? We could do this. So we got cube count, which is of type cube count, and we've got our input string. We could return. We can actually also, let's actually make this a mutable borrow. Can we borrow this? Mute. Yeah. Okay. So we've got a mutable borrow of, or actually a mutable reference. No, mute. Okay, mutable borrow of this one, and we can well now iterate over this and say red, green. No, so we don't want to return this. We can't. Oh, I mean, actually we could. We don't need to mutate. Okay, so we can do this by just saying cube count. Okay, we're matching on not this cube count, but yeah. So no let. We are going to let not clone return match on color, and this is going to be an OK of no, that's not it. That's going to be cube count plus. Cube count plus this, and we can just say here anyhow unknown color. By the formatting, yeah, this should just work. Hope. So this one returns missing lifetime specifier. Interesting. So how does this lifetime specifier work? I don't know how to handle this, not yet, but we will try. Like saying this is a lifetime specifier, and this is going to be what's the syntax for actually specifying lifetime? So, or maybe, you know what? If it's just that, yeah, we don't need. Okay, so if we like not borrow, but actually get the struct with, then we don't need to care about that. And we might need to clone stuff, but we'll figure this out. So yeah, we are returning this. We could actually do this mutable borrow. No. Yeah, okay, let's just do this. And now parse color is actually going to just return us the actual, yeah, so that's going to be sum. And it says derive copy trait. So yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. It still says value used after move. Oh, yeah, we're not going to do this. So let's sum. So let's think about that. So let's cube count parse color. So this is going to be our cube count. And we need to map this. So map result of parse color. And this one I think is good enough as long as this works. If this tag does not work, then we are fucked, basically. So this is basically, we are passing up until this tag, hopefully. If not, then this will basically We need, I think, take till tag. Okay, so we need to take until this tag. So take until one tag this thing. So if I recall correctly, take until, let's just make sure. Take until EOF, it's going to pass everything until EOF. We are going to get hello world and EOF on the side. So we are going to need to flip these around, which is basically, this is our, we don't care about this, and this is our round. So this round is going to be map res on this thing, and okay, let's just keep that as input just because, yeah, this is good enough. And we, instead of pass res, we might wanna pass opt, and then we don't need to do anything fancy. We can just say this thing, pass color. Because pass color returns an option, right? Or does it? It does not. It returns a result. So pass res. Why does this fail? It says it takes 2 arguments, and that is correct. So how would we do this? We would need to pass this as a closure. Sure. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah, so we've got a function which takes a cube count and returns this thing. So yeah, I think this is good. This is passing one round. So one round now is passed correctly. And we can say that if we look at that, let's actually do this. We need to now pass game. So fn pass game. So we are going to, well, no, that's incorrect. We already passed the actual game, so that's not going to be good enough. We are going to need to, well, not only pass the game, but we need to actually, yeah, need to pass in the cube count or the config. So config, that's going to be cube count. This is our limits. And we've got our sums. And what we'd want to do is basically, so this is going to pass this thing. No passes all of this. So we've got our limits and we are missing one comma. So we need to basically, for each round, we are going to, okay, we need to accumulate for each round, we need to do this thing. So, and then we need to like look at the limits. So, how would we do this? We need to say something like pass round. We are getting, from pass round, we are getting a result and cube count. So, so we would want something like map result. Yeah, and for each one, too many cubes. Okay, that's very good. And instead of, yeah, we need an error. This is actually good. But this is actually not an error. I mean, it is, but yeah. Basically, we need to filter map all of these, and this is actually going to be none, not, I mean, okay, we'll do handle the error case. Yeah, anyhow, cube exceeds limit. Why does it, so, oh, yeah, no need to return anything. So if cube count larger than limits, then this is going to be anyhow error. That's good. And we can return that. So basically, we are now iterating over our string, and we are, for each one of the rounds, we are comparing the sum of the whole round against our limits, and if it's limited, yeah, okay. Anyhow, this is actually looking good now. So we've got line, which is basically, we can just say config line, and that's going to be okay, or oh, we need to zip somehow the game ID. Oh, we are already within one game, so that's going to be um, so this is returning a result, right? Yeah, this is returning a result. So we need to make that into an something like, okay, so it's either if it's okay, then we need to return the some game ID. So so and some game ID. I think that's not the right way. Found option. Yeah, okay. So wait, that's going to be, we are passing the game. It might be okay, it might be an error. So if it's an error, we'd like to so is that the way to do this? No, because we are missing the whole game ID thing. So okay, let's clean this up. So we've got this is going to basically, we're just passing the game ID and making sure that we have a valid line. This is here we are passing in. Okay, so we've got, okay, I know what we've got. We want to also add here the game ID. Let's just pass that in as a usize. We've got our limits, and instead of passing the okay thing here, we can say that's going to be an optional usize. Yeah. And this thing is either going to be, yeah, so let result equal this, and we can match on the result, and if it's going to be okay, then we can just say return game ID. So nothing fancy here. No, no, no. Super, yeah, some game ID, error, none. And it says unreachable pattern. Why is that? So basically anything else. And it says it's unreachable. Why is that? Um, why is this already always considered to be, wait, so this is giving us an okay cube count. This is map result. I'm confused. So map result. This is, why does it claim this is unreachable? OK variable is never used. That's OK. All we want to do is basically know if this is OK. But I actually hate the fact we are like this ruins the cleanliness of this function. So that's going to be an result of stir and usize. No, that's going to be an result of cube count. Yeah, I think this is cleaner. And let's actually do this from the outside. So that's going to be match on this thing. And we've got either the result, and we just need to say some game ID. Okay, so we've got this sum right here. And let's add that. So we've got filter out the negatives. Yeah, so the subtraction actually happens right here. So this is basically the comparison between the things. If we are over the limits, we are going to filter these out. And let's run the test. And it says that we are unhappy because of... It says color is a string. And it says is word is not the thing. Or is it all... another time it's this thing. Okay, so this is going to be... So yeah, we already have here a working thing, which basically I just so that's going to be either not matpres but opt tag red or tag green or tag blue. And this is broken because it said or wait. So it says tag red, green, blue. Oh. So how does this work? You've got a maybe tag. Yeah, that's not working. So opt is receiving, let's look at that again. It's saying opt alpha. And alpha 1 is just so map pulsar, no, that's it. Map opt alpha, it's just not here. Then another, how does alpha 1 work? It's basically everything that's alphanumeric. Recognize one or more lowercase. Oh, so we do have only alpha. Okay, that's very nice. So opt alpha is the thing that we aim for. So opt alpha 1 import from character complete and on input. Yeah, I think this is the thing. And it says it might be an optional. So Um, so this is going to be some red, some green, some blue, something else. And it says, need to unwrap that, okay. And it says found, yeah, unknown color. And it says, okay, so we've got something else, anyhow, found some color. Oh, we don't need that. Just say color. And anyhow, that's going to be none. Just anyhow, invalid color. That is going to return an error. Hopefully this will be good enough. And let's run that again and let's continue. Implement the add method. Okay, so we need to implement the add method derive. What do we need? Add input block. Yeah. So cube count new. No, that's not the thing. We need input add cube count for cube count. Yeah, that's going to be it. And do we need add is imported here, but it's only a trait without the derive macro. Okay. Let's continue. And it says match has incompatible types. So that's going to be okay or error. Can we just say so we don't need this anyhow error apparently. Just say this. So we can say also failure apparently. Failure. We failed to pass basically. How do they do error handling? The parcel did not succeed. Unrecoverable error. Yeah, we are indicating failure indeed. How do they have an example of using failure? Map f1's ft. So that's not a good example. Let's see if there are more examples here. Error, input, error kind. Okay, so yeah, fuck that, panic, unknown color. So it says take until tag. And it says this is not the way to do this. So let's look at take until, and they just say there's no need for the tag, basically. Map res. um, let's look at that. So parse color needs to return expected function that takes one argument, required bound. Okay, so we need to change things up a bit. So this pass color is not going to work as we expected to because, well, yeah, we need to pass in the closure. So we need to sort of like passing the thing, we need to first pass the closure, which is a function that takes an input, and we need to return basically pass color with input and sum, right? This is going to basically pass the sum every time, which is not what we want. So, or is it? No, and then why, Copilot? Why must you? Still missing arguments. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So parser input. So pass color is every time it's a function that receives a count and returns a count, which means that we need to first say, okay, it's a function that takes an input. It is on us to basically keep track of this count thing. So let result equals this, and our result is going to, we need to pass this back to the function. Yeah, we're trying to reduce with the map, which is not ideal. I mean, we can't just keep track of that by basically summing every time. So we can say copy or not. Basically, sum plus equals this thing, but we need to say okay. This is not going to work, but map res. What? Parser mutable function. So this is our parser. That is correct. And parser f. Wait. Pass round. So let's apparently, okay. So our parsers cannot like pass state into our parser, not this cleanly. So let's just clean this up a little bit. And our parser now can be just this thing, which is just going to be pass round, right? We are within pass round. Yeah, so pass color. Pass color. We need to pass in closure, which sets the color, the count. And within our count, we need to sum that. So sum plus equals count, okay, sum. Yeah, okay, so this now does the trick, I think. Let's continue to compile, and it says annotation needed. Okay, does it need to be okay? I mean, it could be anything. It just needs to be a result. We just say okay. Um, I mean, we don't need this thing even. We don't care about that. Has to return a result. So we can say map import map. We don't need this. This is now returning basically unit. And we can return the sum. It says apply fix. Ooh. So let's look at that just for a minute. We've got pass round, which returns an OK input sum, and we are running that here. So yeah, pass color now, not pass color, sorry. Where's that? So this thing, cube count, pass round. Pass round returns an input and returns the sum of that round. So for each thing here, we can return. So instead of, yeah, okay, so we've got our limit, and we can either throw or return unit. Or currently okay cube count, but we need to somehow let that know what we're aiming for. I mean, we just want to throw. We don't want to do anything fancy here. So maybe okay unit. It says our results the cube count. So we don't need this actually. It can be literally this thing. And it says, yeah, let's apply the fix apparently. And this error thing is just going to be pass game. So I really don't care about the error. I mean, it could be any error. Why must you be so annoying? So instead of result, let's just map this again, and can say, well, just unit. Yeah, okay. I think this is good enough. Now says, yeah, we don't care about this generic anymore because it does not exist, and it says now a lot of stuff. Cube count, capture out of variable. So cannot move out of sum a captured function mute. And we say plus equals and let that be taken care of. And it says we must implement add assign. So let's implement add assign apparently. Fn, no, impl add assign. It says mute self, blah, 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 and cannot move out of config. Okay, so config apparently we need to borrow that, and we can say mutable borrow here. Just not in the right place. And this needs to be a reference, and it says convert using cube star. What? So expected lifetime parameter here. So sure. And we just click the apply. Where's the apply fix thing where we don't think about that? So pass game, and we need to say tick A for everything. So everything here needs to live the same memory. B. Apparently no and tick A. Says apply fix. Okay, so we've got left and right are different. That's good. So we've got 8 and 15. So 15 means we're still summing everything up. And that means we are not filtering out the actual errors. So this thing is not doing what we expected to. So we need our error, or you know what, map opt. That's going to be if that's going to be none, else some unit. Awesome. So or maybe this. So pass game is now going to be either the thing or not, and that's going to be not a result, but we want this to be just an option of unit, basically. And this map opt is going to be okay, unwrap. It says I result found. Oh, so this is apparently still string somehow. I'm not sure how. Or I mean, it says like what else is not passed here. Anyway, let's figure this out. We are matching on the line, and if we are okay, then we are returning some game ID. Otherwise, we are returning. So this is not going to be. So this is not going to be a count anymore. But we do know what we want to do, which is basically, okay, so we need to first of all say okay, and then we are either matching on unit. If it's empty, then some game ID, otherwise fail to pass. And we are seeing expected type unit found in an option. So okay, so we do need an option of unit because we don't care about anything here. So we either turning none or something. Result of an option, that doesn't seem like a good thing. I think I'm missing something, which is yeah. I mean, I do want to return something, and we need to unwrap the result. So you know what? Let's just say unwrap. No, we don't want to. Yeah, we want to unwrap. This is okay. And here we've got now we are stripping out the thing. Let's just look at that. So pass game is going to actually, yeah. Let's do the thing where we don't look. How would we do this? This is an iResult, and this let's just pass a result again. And in this cube, we are going to say if cube count is bigger than limits. Otherwise, okay. Okay, I think this is cleaner. And we are seeing left 0. Okay, awesome. So something happened, but we don't know what still. So let's start debug printing everything. So this is our input. Here, let's just debug. So dbg input. So where's our debug print? It's right here. So we are getting this correctly, the pass game thing. So let's actually look at the next step in the round, which is this one. So pass round, that's going to be DEG input. It's going to be angry at me because I'm forgetting my semicolons. And it says, so this one is not happy because I'm not taking until the thing, and that's not good. Okay, so this is so parsing around, we're okay, so this is not working as I expected to. Or maybe it is, and I've just not figured it out yet. Oh my god, the Rust makes it so stupid. So this one is called exactly once every time, which is not the thing that we expected to. So pass round, I would expect for it to basically every time give me a small slice of things. So let's debug that. So map response, we're supposed to consume until this is done, as far as I know, or we can say, first of all, let's actually take until. So that's going to be take until this thing. And map response take until, and then we need to basically pass round. So that's going to be pass round, that's going to be the function, and let's just leave that in for now. And it is unhappy because it says that the type is incorrect. So let's actually let result equals this and to do. So what are the results here? So let's actually look at that and debug the results. And it says required by this. Unused expect blah 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 blah. Not infer type or parameter error take until 1. So first of all, we can do this. Cannot infer parameter type error. So this is not really a function, but sure. Something, and that's just dbg, that's something. And interesting. I'm a bit stuck on that. Yeah, okay, so I will use pass round just because we do have that dbg statement right now. So pass round input. Okay, so map parser, maybe that may be the thing. Okay, so yeah, that's better. So this is where we've got an error. That's okay, but I do want this thing, which is, let's dbg inside this, and that's going to be unhelpful. And we can say, let's just move all these unused imports. Yeah, okay, so it says not implemented yet, that's okay. And dbg, it says 3 blue. Okay, that's very good. Okay, so I think we are a little bit happier now. So let's do this. Okay, we've got, yeah, okay, so this is actually now the thing. Even without this, we are literally only getting the round, which is very good. And that means we need to sum the cube count now. So we've got pass color, which basically receives just the one thing. And we now can assume this is working, I think. Let's see that in action. So not implemented yet. That's okay. Input. So where's our first to do that's fucking us over? So we've got pass color, which receives the incorrect stuff, right? Yeah, so this one is basically incorrect. So we need to split by commas before that. So just like we did in pass round, which is map parser take until blah, 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 we need to do that here. So we've got map parser, and that's going to be this thing, and that's going to be pass color. And now that we've got that, that thing is now called with this thing. And in order for this to actually work, we need to capture things in closures, which is to say, we need to say, get the input here and wrap this. We need to say sum plus equals whatever this parser thing does, input, and this pass color thing is just going to be yeah, unwrap all. Sure. Yeah, so this now mutates the parser correctly, hopefully. And just to be sure, we can dbg our sum and input. So yeah, this is going to be, let's actually format this. Is to say, we've got sum, sorry, the other way around. So it's going to be input to sum. Yeah, okay. So this is our debug statement for this thing. And that's going to be unhappy because it says the question mark operator in a closure that returns unit. So we are within a closure. We are mapping the parser take until blah, 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 blah into this thing. And pass color itself is just going to, yeah, extract the tag. Match on pass color input. And that's going to be either okay, and then we are returning the input, or an error. says unhappy because required by bound function. Oh, I hate this so much. Res. Yeah, that's not good. Map parser. You know what? I think that might be just, let's just see what the result here is if we do this. So is this going to be result of cube count error? So yeah, this is now, but how does this work? We are mapping this. So let's just run this for a minute, and it says now move happened here. That this should not work. I'm just looking for, it says, oh, it's not formatting at all. Very stupid of me. Yeah, dpg input sum. And it says, yeah, so this one is passing exactly once, which is not what I want. I thought, wait, let's just actually debug the result. That's the thing that we aim for. It says result is red and blah, 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 blah. Okay, which means that we still have things to consume. Which is not what I expected this to do, which is I expected this to run until there's no more. So that's going to be take while what's the condition? Well, I just want to basically, okay, so this is our this is going to be consumed. This takes a color once and then passes the color, returns the cube count, which by the way is correct. Is it correct though? Yeah, blue. It was 3 blue and it returned 3 blue. Okay, so the pass color function is correct and working, kind of, at least partially. We do need to consume more things here, which means we need to say how do we do this iteratively? So nom take while. Let's look at the, yeah, so take while is just going to work like that, is alphanumeric, so no. So we want to take until there's basically until it returns an error. So just take. So take count. No, that's not good. Take until tag. So take until tag. Take while. Okay, so and our condition is going to be very stupid, probably, which is just well, yeah. So until there's no more things to take. But let's look at take. We've got bytes take. Let's look at that. It says move slice error take split. Wait. And where's the actual function thing? Oh, so not take, but take while. Let's look at the take while. Take while. Input take at position, move input. Okay, so what does it actually take? And what does it actually do? It says you've got a function, simple f, wait, condition. So wait, not take while one, take while this thing. Yeah. So this one only takes a condition and returns the longest, least one input slice that matches the predicate. So that's not going to be good for us. Yeah, so I'm not sure like how does this actually work? How do we actually make this like basically we need to map and actually do the thing more than once. So yeah, map parser, no, map input. Apply. So we've got one round passed, we've got more. I mean, I can loop by myself, but I wanted to not loop. Sure, whatever. So loop while, let's just while let some loop. Okay, so this is going to be this. While let oh, so we want to see let's think about that. So we've got parse color while let result equals this thing, and it says that cannot use let expression. Let chains features. Okay, so this is apparently unstable. So so we've got let result do this be this thing. And we've got our while loop and while let okay value used after being moved. So so we got let's just loop. Let's do the loop. Yeah. So let result do this thing and match on result. A lot of crap. We don't need to look at that. So while everything is okay, we've got the not count, but we've got the input and color. Then we say this. Okay, so yeah, that's just not. So it's going to be Can we break easily? So no, probably not. Okay. So yeah, we've got result, and we can match on that. It's either this or okay, input and color, and we are going to sum the color, and we don't need to advance the input, it's already happened. So take until input. Does that edit things correctly? No, probably not. This is like so yeah. Let mute input the input. And then we say here input equals new. And that thing might work. I don't know. Probably I'm violating the rules of Rust in some sense. Okay, this is definitely not breaking. So map parser take until blah blah, then it stops. It does not. Okay, so that's going to be map opt or something. It says bound blah 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 blah. Selected option. Sorry, map res. Bounds there. So what? So this is not the thing. What happened here? So we've got, oh, I see. So we've got our new input and the result, right? And it says expected iResult. Okay, question mark. Okay, so this needs to now be advanced, maybe. Okay, so yeah, this is where like I definitely don't know how to fucking use the iteration protocol of GNOME. Applying a parser multiple times. Ooh, many. Where was that before? So apparently, yeah, this is so fold many. Oh, fold many is the thing that we want. Fold means that okay, yeah, so apparently let's just do away with the loop. So we've got fold many one. And that means we can say this thing, basically. This is our let's read this thoroughly. So we've got fold anyone, ABC, ABC, vec new, mute vec push. Awesome. Okay, so we've got something and function what's our initial state? That's going to be init. So our initial is going to be sum. And you count this thing. Oh my god. if this is actually working, then that would be amazing. Input. And what does this return? It returns, let's just do this. And we've got mutable borrow. Oh, I mean, can we pass this like that, like so? This work, and then we need to just, what does it say? It says expected, add expect. So expect, fail to pass round. Okay, so fold many needs required by a bound trait. Fn closure found cube count. Okay. Says expected a function blah blah found cube count. Why is that? So we've got pass color. Let's look again at the docs. Okay, so we've got so we need to return the accumulator every time, but we do need to return the item. Like we need to, okay, so we are getting the thing and the item. So we do have that. We need to return our thing. And this one needs to only return the cube count. I'm not sure. Let's actually, yeah, okay, so that's not correct. So this is going to be the item dot one. And it says fn unit is not implemented for cube count. Cube count is in a closure with no arguments. Let's just mute ACC. Let's look at that again. It says deck new. Interesting. So can we just say cube count new instead of sum? So cube count new. Or do we need to not borrow, but actually move it here? That's the way to do this. It will say now value moved, but it says, okay, so expected a closure found cube count. So why does this need to be a closure? I mean, I do see the vec new thing here. So fold many tag ABC. Repeat and the embedded parser calling G to gather the result. So that's going to be this thing. So our parser again is like, yeah, this is going to be returning a cube count. That's all right. Pass round. So fold many, take until blah blah, and then we need to pass color. This is still a parser because we are still returning an I result of something. In this thing, we need to fit the function mute unit. Why is it mute unit though? Like if we did vec new, this would work for some reason. But then, yeah, this is now a vector. And cube count is this going to work? And it still says expected closure found this. So can we do this? And it now says take until cannot infer type parameter error. So this is going to be map parser again. And this thing is going to be cube count apparently again. And this is going to be our result, which is, oh, we don't need to do anything fancy. We can just return this. So okay. And let's look at our debug calls because we can see them. We can see them now. So dbg, acc, item, semicolon. Yeah. It says move occurred here. Yeah, well, let's just borrow. So we've got cube count, ACC 3. Then we are seeing a to-do, panicked, test part 1. Not implemented yet. So let's look at where the next to-do is. Okay, so this is actually good because now we know how to like create. We can apply this now many times. So map parser. So this is just going to be, we're not going to do this. Okay, so first of all, yeah, take until pass round. So that's going to be many one because we expect for this to happen every time, and then we need to map this parser. We don't need to pass the input yet, and this is our thing. Many just needs to get that, and we get a result of vector O. So pass game is just going to return us a vector of limits of counts. So that's going to be we can match on this. No, actually, you know what? This is going to be just incorrect. That's going to be a vector of cube count, and can apply that. Done this, and we are missing something. I hope this is actually correct. Or you know what? We can say instead of me like that. Yeah, so this is pass round, and take until, and then we pass the round. Okay, so every round we are passing and accumulating the sums. First of all, let's actually debug this. So dbg and this thing. Expected struct found unit. And why does it? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's okay. That is correct. So let's continue. Move on with actually looking at this. So we've got pass game. And for each game, so we've got cubes, cube count. So if okay, so we can say cube iter so cube map. Oh, filter actually. Okay, instead of config, let's call that limit. Cubes. Cube count is actually the right way to go about this. Cube count is bigger than limit. Then we return some game ID, else none. And this needs to be limit for some reason like that. And we don't need to do anything with the line. So next. So match past game. Why do we need the next thing? Can we just filter map directly on that? Yeah. Or this is not implemented, so it cubes. Filter map. Yeah. So this is going to be match pass game something. Let's just debug this and you cannot be dereferenced. World. Wait. Oh, pass game. We've got limit given here. Expected cube count reference. Without using, and it says type mismatch. So wait, pass game, we don't need to pass the limit anymore. Pass game does not do anything with the limit. Elide lifetimes. And limits says convert to reference. We need to so how can we make this into a thing? Expected cube count. Wait, is this a reference? Yeah, this is a reference. So need to dereference this one. No. Wait, so that's a reference. Okay, so let's just actually leave this as a to-do. Let me, yeah, sure. Cubes iter to-do. To-do. Okay, so could panic at some point. Let's look at that. So we've got some types must be known at this point. So at what point filter map? Filter map, which one? Line game ID. So we can just return game ID. Game. I know this is not a Rust way to the Rust way of things, but sure. Some. So let's look at that. Some game ID, let's debug. Says that local variable introduced here, game ID, similar name exists. Not find value. So why can't we reference that? It's a usize, it's within the closure. We are matching on this. Oh, this thing. Okay, so we've got some debugging. So we are taking many. Okay, so we've got, yeah, this is, okay, so wait. We've got so many debug statements right now that we can't do anything with them. So this one seemed to be okay. And also, wait, let's find all the DBG statements we've got. And we also don't need this anymore. Or maybe we do, but we don't know that yet. So let's actually look at the debug statements right now. So we got pass game and DBG. Oh, we are within a match statement. So this is our debug statement. This one does not work because well, it's just debugging values. And we've got game ID equals 5 and game ID equals 4. Okay, awesome. So can we also debug the first original line somehow? Probably not. Maybe we do. So we've got line 3 blue, 4 red. Yeah, that's definitely not the amount of cubes that we expect for this to have, and that means we are not doing things correctly. So we are not still respecting the limits, that's okay, but we do need to... Okay, so this fold is not doing what it's supposed to do. Or does it? So let's actually debug this thing. And so our accumulator is called... Let's look at the first round. Okay, ACC, we've got that, and then use. Okay, so we're still not mapping correctly. Okay, so that's our problem. That pass round thing here is not called more than once, which is not good. So this pass round thing, so fold many 1. So, oh, maybe it's supposed to be fold many 0, which is so I just want to fold as much as it can. Repeats the embedded parser, calling G on the gathered result. F many one will wait, if the parser passed to many one accepts many inputs like alpha 0 digit 0, many one will return an error preventing going into an infinite loop. So yeah, okay, so not many one, we need fold something else. So let's look at fold many mn min. If the parser passed accepts empty inputs like alpha 0 digit 0, many 0 will return an input. Okay, so let's rerun that and we might see more debug statements now. And okay, so our ACC is now not good, still unhappy. So day 2, part 1. Why is that? So we've got this initial value and our item. Let's actually also debug the item. Oh, that's not good. ACC. So let's actually debug the item and then dbg ACC. It says the value moved. Oh. Ugh. So our item is 3, our ACC is 3, and then our item is 1, and the ACC is 1 again, which means this is not actually giving us the right one. So we'd want something like let mute equals cube count 0, 0, 0, and we just need to return this mutable thing, which is just says borrowed. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So can we just say literally unit? And our ACC is not good. No, that's not good. It. So the plus equals, maybe this is actually just not good. No, this is implemented correctly. Add a sign is literally just RHS, RHS, yeah. Seems to be reasonable. Why is this reset every time? Yeah, I'm just having a hard time debugging nom. Nom fold sum. Sum. Okay, so we've got fold sum. Let's look at that. Operations over multiple matches. So we've met pairs, tuples, which capture a fixed number of Rust tuples. Many and many one. And so 1, 2, 3, it'll fold. Yeah, okay, so we've got fold. I don't know what WS is. What is WS? By wrapping with tag WS, we can match high anywhere among spaces, tabs, new. Oh, WS is just white space. Okay, that's not interesting. So let's go over to fold again. Okay, so fold many 0 is a reducing operation. Yeah, that's the one we actually want. The match value are combined into a single value. So many white space float 64 would pass 1, 2, 3 into the vec 1, 2, 3, but fail on empty string. For many, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is... Okay, up until now, we've captured... We had to capture every expression or just grab with recognize. So, yeah, okay, point, do pass. Do pass lets you extract only the values you're interested in. Passing arithmetic expression. So fold many. Named term. Okay, so fold sum is probably the thing that we aim to look at. Okay, so that's going to be fold sum is going to return. Okay, so apparently they prefer using macros. Named passing number. Where's this name thing from? Okay, never mind. Okay, fn, we need fold sum. So let's actually look at that. So we've got fold many. Then we need to start with literally a cube count. Yeah, an empty cube count. That's the one that we actually aimed for. Why the fuck does this not? I mean, this is not what I expect. Why is it not this one? And then, yeah, so let's just call that pass round because that's the one we aim for having. Let's comment this one out. Should be the same though. And let's rerun that and compile. That's gonna be angry at us. And maybe that's because our struct isn't like we need to derive anything fancy. So point, let's look at what do they do with point. So they say first, second, blah, blah. Passing arithmetic. Fold many, tuple. So the fact that this closure always returns the same and not the same thing, but yeah, this is basically our problem. Maybe it's not from the same import. So let's look at where do they take the fold many from. Fold many. They're not showing where the import comes from. So let's remove the fold many from combinator. Where is it? Yeah. Fold many. Let's import that, and there's only one place to import it from. And this many 0 should be the one that we aim for. And it says cube count introduced by the call. Fn mute closure found cube count. So let's look at that, and that's going to be num fold many. So maybe we want this. So let's try cube count new, and this will probably complain that it doesn't know what new is, and we need to implement new. So let's do that with simple. Yeah. Okay, so we are creating new every time, and let's just return the sum every time. Let's see if that helps. So our cubes are still Pass game, pass round. Okay, let's just debug this again. So this is always this is not actually doing the thing, which is to actually fold everything together. So how would we do this? So this is many zero. This is not applying this parser correctly. That's why every time it needs to basically somehow like join everything up. So this applies the parser to pass round. Pass round until, okay, so this is taking that. So we want maybe to fold again. So fold 0 and got deck new and push items. And let's debug this. Okay, so this is still always exactly one thing, which means this is still not doing, like, this pass round is not actually iterating and consuming all the input. So, sorry, fold many 0 again. Not good. Um, fold many mn. Let's look at fold many 0, just to be sure. So fold many 0. Tag ABC. Vec new, vec push item. This should return us a consume thing, which means this does not work as we expected to. So let's look at pass color, because it's only successfully taking one and then failing. And let's look at that. We're not panicking, which means we are just failing somewhere here. So dbg input, and let's run this over, and says that we have forgot to borrow, of course. It says fold many, let's call it 0 again. And let's look at our input. So our input now is this thing. So it's successfully passing the first one. Pass color. Opt alpha. So we've got blue, 3 blue, then we are returning that, and then we've got 1 blue, we are returning that. We have not broken out of the option chain here. And that always returns the cube count, which is all right, because we are trying to pass this. And so pass color is like reasonably robust. This one, take until, oh, that might be exactly the thing, which is take until this. Please work. So we've got take until. So our accumulator is not accumulating still. So I would like to basically apply this parser like that. And that will be reasonably better. So that is going to be either opt add this thing, optional comma for the first color. Yeah. Oh, we are accumulating some colors. Hello there. That's better. Okay, so we are now passing colors, and this one needs to. Okay, so let's just move this passing thing in. That's going to be pass game. Pass round needs to basically we need to do exactly the thing that we said here, which is we needed to say let input be this thing. Yeah, that's going to be an optional optional thing because at the end of the round we need to for the last round semicolon for the last round, and that's going to be an optional comma for the last color. And let's rerun this, and we've got ourselves some nice collections. So now that we have that, let's first of all let's remove all of these and use the imports. And it says this thing: variable does not need to be mutable. Well, they are correct. We are just returning the sum every time. And it says limit unused variable. That's all right. We are going to use that very soon. So we got day one ACC. We can remove that debug statement right now. So dbg, yeah, this one is just going to be now ACC. So we might not need that because we don't need to fold many 0 when we only need to basically do this. Many 0, let's import that. So pass round, that's going to be pass game. That's going to give us cube counts. And let's actually look at that. And let's look at the options that we get here. So let's dbg this thing. This should give us, it says many 0. Interesting. Error. And it says input. Wait, what? So that's not good. Oh, okay, that's all right. That's an input. That's an actual error. Wait, inputs are always empty strings. That's definitely not good. So pass game. But we do have dbg line game ID, right? And that's going to complain about borrows? No. Okay, so this many 0 thing is not working. So yeah, let's actually fix that up. So we've got our line here. Let's actually debug that just so we'll assert this is actually doable. So to do, we are panicking, but at least our input is same. Okay, our input is okay. So let's fold many 0, and we've got this thing. Yeah, cool. That's going to be a mutable thing, and our ACC, we just need to actually collect everything. So we don't need our input debug anymore, but let's actually have that just so we have separation. And we run. So we've got a lot of errors, which means that we are not doing things correctly. So pass round. Let's actually look at that. So let r equals this, and then dbg r. Where is the error coming from? Okay, that's okay. With, oh, but that's okay. So our input is always, yeah, consumed. The last one is going to be a consumed one. Yeah, because we have an empty line. That's okay. But let's actually have a sanity check. The last one should be for that. Oh, we are failing on the first game. So we are not collecting everything in this game, which is okay because we wanted for them to be like a vector. So what the hell is going on? Like push us round. So this is supposedly working, supposedly, but we're still getting errors somewhere. So pass round is now going into fold many 0 here. So pass round actually contains, yeah, all of this. So actually we can assert that. We can say how does these look? Okay, so tick 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 rust actually make this tick 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 rust and that tick rust here. And we can say now assert equal pass color gray blue should be this. Can I dock this? Probably I can, and test part 1. Okay, never mind. Let's not handle that right now. So should be useful, but I don't know how to do that right now. So pass color. That is okay. This is just getting us this thing. Okay, fold many 0. this is going to return a cube count of something. This is, let's just test that for a minute. So we've got our CFG test. Yeah, so pass color, that's good. We'd like to also test pass round. Going to be so that's going to be, yeah, and one blue. This is going to be O. That's going to be an OK. Unwrap. That needs to be a vec of two things, which is 3 blue, 4 red, and 1 blue. And let's fully run the tests. It says expected cube count. We need to unwrap that once more. And that's going to be expected cube count pass round. Okay, so this is, oh, so that's not good. This is where we are actually wrong. Okay, so this is, okay, so this, I see. So this is pass game. So pass round should sum everything up. So that's going to be 4 and 4 and nothing else. So that's not going to be a vector. That's really, we are accumulating the same like for each. Okay, so that's not thing, but that is. So 1 blue. So cube count 4 4. Let's assert that. Okay, so this one is passing, and now we can pass the game. So let's test pass game. So the first one should be 3 4. So 3 blue, 4 4. I like that Copilot is like trying hard, but is not good at it. So 0 and 2 green. So almost. So let's actually look at this assertion, which is probably the, or is it working? No, it's not working. So let's pass this game only. It says result unwrap error. Okay, so we've got errors. That's good. So we can like this. Got a lot of like crappy stuff here. And game ID is thing at this point. So let's just pass color is tested, pass round is tested. Pass game is untested. Oh, is not passing the tests. So who is bubbling up the errors though? Might be pass round. So we've got iResult, and we say fold many 0. How would we debug this? Result unwrap error panicked, but it says many 0 on which one? Input 0. Okay, so we do need to basically say so fold many 1. Wait. So we need to basically just stop it from like erroring out, because we do know this is going to error out when we consume empty strings. So pass round itself needs to handle that, I think. So let's actually look at pass round. And um, let's figure out what would be a good error message here, which is expected least how would we do this? Okay, let's just add that just so it's in order for us to actually see the message. So it says expected result found tuple. So this is unwrapping the result, which is not actually useful for us apparently. So we don't want to unwrap. So let's look at the usage right here. So let's actually do this. So input, that's a string. We need to pass it to pass round, and we want to say or nothing basically, right? How do we not bubble up the error in a way that it fails everything else? So fold many string. So we need to like, what's our stop condition basically? Pass round. So can we actually, yeah, let's actually see the so it says test past game, kernel part 1, Rust. So who's airing us out? That's very, very not nice. So might be this, like unwrapping this optional is so we've got that, or um, um, so pass round. That's going to interesting. Somewhere here we are getting the an empty string, and that fails everything. So let's actually dive deeper into this test by actually doing this. So we've got debug, pass color, input, and we've got pass round, debug, pass round, input. If it says now something the lines of, yeah, okay. So before we actually unwrap everything, let's look at the logs. It says fold many, but the logs finished running. So this debug statement is right here, but I'm not seeing anything like actually being called. So that might be an actual issue. So let's also add the debug statement here. Is pass game. This one. So this debug, let's use dbg just because apparently not working as I expected to. So DP. Okay, so input consumed 1, and then we are passing this in. So we've got parse color is getting the full input. Interesting. So I thought it would only get the actual thing. Okay, so parse color is basically failing with an empty input. So how would we avoid that? Because so this basically assumes it will find something. And instead of that, they're not finding anything, and that errors out. So oh, by the way, we could maybe use just a couple of like this optional tag and well, digits and tag in alpha. This function takes one parameter, but two are supplied. It's not a tuple. Plus of a list. Oh, so we need to pass it a list. Unused thing. Okay, that's the fact that it's in, that's okay, but then it be hot space. So okay, wrapping up anything. So okay dot 2 dot 1. Let color. Oh, okay. We've got dot op tag. Let count color. Oh, I think it might be the opposite way around. To be this way. Null this thing, right? That way we are passing exactly the number, base thing, and that's going to be u size. Oh, I currently use 32 because that's how I decided things should be for some reason. Okay, so pass column tuple of this optional tag at the end, and if there's a comma, there's definitely a space after that. So yeah, that is it. I think for the color, and color, file that, and it will complain about something, and it says found opaque. Why is this opaque? Mismatched types. So we need to say vec this. Let's just and see our way back into normal way we did things, but just let's replace this. This is not an optional anymore. We don't need to do sum this. It should be a string. We are returning this thing. And it says try input on what met only be applied on values that implement try. Wait, so let input count. What? I'm missing the res pass, yeah. First of all, okay, so now we are in our test of using this game. Okay, so we've got 3 blue, 4 red. We're passing that down, and we got pass round. Then we are going to pass round again, and we are getting the unconsumed. So we need to first. Okay, so firstly, that means we need to do the same thing here, which is to say we need to consume up until this tag on the other end. So that needs to be this thing. So we've got our input string. We are passing the colors until we are reaching the thing, and then we need to consume. So yeah, that's going to be let input result equals this thing, and found blah blah. And why do you care? It says expected at, oh, so we need to question mark this, yeah. Then we need to pass the input. We don't need to care about this thing, and we return the result. Hopefully. That's going to be optional semicolon for the last round. Yeah, that's okay. And that's going to be an okay-ish result, I think. Is that the way? No. Cube count. And this is cube count. Oh, okay, input result, yeah. Okay, so let's continue on with debugging. So we've got input, then we just see this. Then fold many returns an error, and that's it. Okay, so we have I've definitely fucked up something. So pass game input fold many pass round. So first of all, let's dbg this input as well, and pass color. Let's dbg the input as well. Yeah, a sec. So again, we are met with the empty string. And when we are met with the empty string, we should quit, but we don't. Then we are erroring out somewhere. And when we error out, we need to do that gracefully. So let's do that gracefully. Pass round is erroring out, then this thing is erroring out. And when we are not erroring out, okay, so in pass game, we need to say, well, we are done passing basically. So instead of fold many like that, we want let this thing be whatever it is, which is the result, and we can match on that. So let's match on this thing, and we've got okay, this is ugly. Let result equals this, and actually, you know what? This is not an error condition. We need to just handle that in every level, which is to say we need to basically just return the thing and finish. So what's the stopping condition for this thing? Probably we just don't need to error out. We need to basically say if empty, okay, count new. Okay, I think that would be it. And hopefully this would not cause an infinite loop. We'll know that quite soon. So yeah, we can just return this. And okay, so we are seeing some new stuff here. So yeah, I'll pass round and pass game. Let's look at that. So we've got pass round is getting this thing, and then we are asserting the assert fails. And why does the assert fail? Because it says left, right, we've got always an empty thing. No, wait, what is it? Yeah, we've got 3 rounds. And I've just incorrectly asserted stuff. I may have done that. Wait. So that's going to be 3, 4, 3 blue, 4 red. That's going to be 2, 1 red, 1, 2 green, and 6 blue. And so our left side, which is the one we are doing here, is still incorrect. And why is it quitting? Why are you quitting? It's quitting too early. So let's look at the prints and look at that. So pass round is called for some reason once. No, let's see. So we've got oh, it might be, let's look at that. Be sure. So we've got pass round, pass color. Still debug apparently. So this thing is called from pass color. So it needs to, oh, it's not empty. So basically, okay, so that's why we're that's our failure case basically. So pass color is called with the rest of the input and not with the slice. That's actually interesting. So pass color, yeah. We are folding many, getting this, and we need to take until, okay, so that's basically the thing that we need to do, which is to take until and then pass that into Pascal. So take until exactly one, this one of these, one. Can we optionally tag in take until? Is that a thing? So take until one. It does it get, yeah, wait, so function take until one only takes a tag. So we need to map this parser. Okay, so map parser take until one thing pass color. And this thing would basically mean that we don't need to, yeah, we don't need to consume that. Okay, so let's look at that now. This should be a little bit cleaner, maybe. So we're still airing out somewhere. So let's unwrap things and then we'll see actually where we panic, because right now we're not panicking. So unwrap is actually better when we actually want to see where's our error happening. Oh, sorry, not game ID. That's not the place to. Yeah, we are within pass color, and then we can unwrap things. So unwrap, 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 and unwrap. Okay, and it says type annotation needed, required by bound trait. So not map res, or maybe it is. Look at that. So yeah, the reference of string and a U32. And now it's unhappy because it cannot infer the type of error. So can we just pass it the error type of this one? Mapres. Type must be known at this point. Interesting. So if we map parser instead of that, it might just work. No. Cannot infer error type. That's kind of sad. I really want that to just like work. So so our error type is going to be whatever the default is. Anyhow error, would this work? It says required by bound. The trait as not implemented for anyhow error. Error. So this thing is quite annoying. So we cannot unwrap that. Okay, so let's just move on without like the unwrapping as a way to debug. Let's DBG this as well. And we're seeing this thing. And just before we are seeing this, we are seeing, just before panicking, we're seeing 2 green, which should be, okay, so this is taken till 1. Wait, so, oh, so this might be taken till 0, so taken till, need to import that. And that might be panicking on empty inputs. Oh shit. So that needs to be so it needs to be taken till 1, and that needs to be either that or okay, optional this thing. And it needs to be a tag probably. So optional tag this thing. And it says that take until 1 does not blah 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 blah. So this needs to be an actual tag. So take until 0. No. How do we take this until EOF without the EOF being there, basically? So let's see, we are cloning the tag. This is basically finding the substring and then take split, returning the thing. Error from error kind, take until. That the error that we're actually seeing, by the way? We actually look at the error. Panic, it says many 0. Oh, interesting. So where do we see this many 0 thing? It's in the parse game itself. So fold many, this would probably run many zeros internally, and that would, yeah, error kind, infinite loop check. The parser must always consume. Okay, so this is basically, okay, so we need to take until something. So take until empty string. Ooh, that's the thing. Okay, take until empty string. And we need to map that. So map parser, take until empty string. pass round. That the thing? Okay, left, right. Okay, that's not good. How do we take until the empty string? So we have like a way to consume. So consumed pass round. That a way to do this? So what does consumed mean? Recognize parser, consumed parser. So if a child parser was successful, the return consumed input blah 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 tuple function similar to recognize except it returns the parser output as well. So this can be useful, especially in the cases where the output is not the same type as the input. Is a user-defined type. Returned in a tuple format, consumed input, produced output. Wait, so value recognize map. Assumed value true. No, that's not the thing that we want to do. So for many 0. That's probably just not the one. So we want to apply this parser basically. So we need to map this parser. This is our parser, but we need to apply something consumed. Does this work? No. So wait, map parser. And take, not until, but take while maybe. Take while we on, yeah, okay, so we can say is empty. Is empty. Okay, so we don't have a function of is empty, so let's just write that quickly. Is empty. Yeah. Seems all right. And it says expected char found stir. Take while. What? Wait. Map parser. Just for take while 1, probably the one that we aim for. Complete. And it says, wait, string reference at as input take at position. Oh, so yeah, we need basically to return a result of something, which is a string reference and we need to say yeah, match on input is empty and something. Find there's so many options here. Fuck is satisfy. So let's look at that, recognize one character and check if it satisfies the predicate. Um, that's not good, but TRLF. Okay, parser. Oh, that might be actually recognize a string of character of any character except for backslash and backslash. Okay. Parser needs to do this. Not line ending. Um, so not line ending is okay. That's not. Um, do they have empty? Please, just I want an empty string. Also passed in accepts empty inputs like 0, many 0 will return an error to prevent going into an infinite. So asking fold many 1. Let's import that. Pass round. Panicked says many 1. So 2 green is I'm still panicking on the end of everything here, which is kind of sad. So why is that? So take until empty string is like could have been nice, but we could literally take until new line. Would that work? So map parser take until backslash n and we are going to wait, where does it fail? It says many 1. So pass game needs to basically, let's just do this and backslash here. Oh, okay. So right now we are doing something. Still not good. So we are not failing, but okay, so that's still I wouldn't want this to happen. So yeah. take until EOF. Returns an input slice up to the first occurrence. Oh, I want I want the first occurrence, but also returns an input empty slice pattern. If it doesn't consume the pattern, it will return error. The pattern wasn't met, so it's still not good. Escaped. Oh no, that doesn't. Interesting. Unquote. No. Egg. Oh, is interesting. So turns the longest slice matching the pattern. Oh, that might be the thing. So so pass round. Right? It just needs to consume a parser. Is no, it requires an array. So not is a, but returns the longest at least one input slice that matches the predicate. So the parser needs to will return the longest one. It will return an error if the pattern wasn't met. So so how would we do this? Oh, interesting. So this might be it. Change the return type to I result vec of stir error count. Okay, so recognize. No, so let's try consumed. Yeah, so this is going to be a stir and count. So that's going to be and I don't care and count. And that's going to be just item. And this might be the thing. So we are consuming things weirdly, are we? So pass round is getting this thing, and we are passing this to pass color. This one is somehow now returning an empty string. Yeah, so this is not good. So yeah. Um, so If input is empty, so actually, app parser, just app res parse round. Oh, but we do want to collect these. So we do need to fold that into like a vector. Maybe parser. Take while literally always true. Take while true. Okay. As to the thing where you don't care about anything. That is that. Take until 1. Okay, so what happens if this is not met? Okay, so because it's optional, we actually need to just match on this optional tag. Let's actually do that. And either get OK input or OK result. Yeah, in both cases. So so no, you know what? Let's just call that this thing. And we don't need to do anything about that. We just need to, oh, but we do need to consume things. So let this thing Okay, or okay, so let's just clean that up. So we've got a tag. What happens if this errors out? That means it has not seen the tag. So that's we do want to actually not fail horribly here. So also that means that applies also to this thing where we strip the optional tag. So this stripping of the tag is actually we need to like handle that carefully. So let input tag or just put none, and our input is the thing. That's okay. Okay, so now we are handling empty, like the last case correctly here. And if we go back to this thing, we need to do the same, which is to say a optional this thing, okay or none. And then we want okay result. Let's rerun that, and it says requires opt. Is this opt? No, we are not none. Oh, that's okay. It says cannot infer type of error again. Why would you want an error? So let's just call that a with this thing, and we don't need. Okay, so that's our input, and this is just going to be stripped out. So I don't care about that. And our color is still the same, and our input is still the same, but we do need to continue with the consumed input. So um, um, this is going to be, we are going to match on this thing. And if it's okay, then input, otherwise input. Okay, and that's going to be our input. And so that's probably, I think that should be okay. Run that to compile, probably. No. Oh, shit. It says cannot infer parameter type error. Can we just try this thing and like, since it's already optional, I mean, might be an error, don't care. Oh, you can actually say don't care. Tag input comma says cannot infer type error. Oh, no. So it's either gonna fail or not. Then we can just ask for one, or you know what, let's just continue with the pattern of this thing. And it says that this okay thing is, oh, that's so annoying. So let's go with okay or, So maybe let's not pass it here. Maybe let's do that. The thing here when we say take until comma thing, and then we take until parser, take until this thing. And we say pass round. This one now fails. So how is our test? How all our tests are doing? Do that. Pass round, pass number. Okay, so pass game is still working. Pass color is still working. This one isn't. So let's fix that. So pass round needs to take till this tag. It cannot be optional. This is basically taking until something, and so that's I don't like num. So pass round would also work like that. So both test cases. Let's actually start with this one. Says this assertion is not working. You're failing because of 0, 3. Okay, so that's definitely not good. So yeah, this needs to take until the first thing. Okay, so pass color needs to so we might wanna maybe add another level here. This might do the thing where we say um Let's see. Why is it always unhappy with the error thing? Can we just pass it somehow? Okay, so why? Okay, so that's a passing error. This is basically once it's optional, that means we are just okay with this. So input nothing. Um, you know what? Let's debug this. Let's literally use a debugger. We've known these for quite a while now. Let's just actually do the thing, which is run this with the debugger. Okay, so got pass color. And 3 blue is okay. We need to move forward. Red, 2 green. Code, unsafe. Rust start panic. So, okay. Let's just we do know that we only need to do this for parse round at this point. So let's just debug that. And pass round. Oh, it so pass round did not panic in the right place. So let's just try pass game then. And it as well only panics at the end. So that's not good. So all this airing out is not good enough currently. Why aren't we stopping here? Stop. This one is passing. One is okay. Take until this thing. Yeah. Pass game. Yeah, that's not true. That's incorrect. We've got this. This should now panic at somewhere. So okay, let's run this through a debugger now. Okay, so we've got this. So pass color should be fine with this because it should strip out things and we should. Oh, that's already incorrect. So this pass round thing, pass color thing isn't doing what it's supposed to do. Oh, wait. So let's move on. So our input is now an empty string. Pass round, the input is all of this thing. So, blah, 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 doesn't matter. So pass game, input, all of this. Old many, there's a lot of closures and crap and stuff. And our input now is, let's just walk one over. And this now exits with all mute, pass. Be okay. So pass round is now again returning an input. Okay, so this one is actually returning the error. Interesting. So it says I input length. If it's equal to the length of this, then oh, so it was not consumed. And that is going to, yeah, bite us. Yes. So that's where we return. Yeah, so pass game going to panic. Yeah. Okay, so it's not consuming. That's our problem. So something here is not doing the thing it's supposed to do. That means we are not returning this thing. Like something is not doing, like, take until. So yeah, need opt tag, and also let white space. Yeah. And also, okay, so first of all, this needs to basically be color. Um, let's convert string to color, basically. We don't need the input, so let's just do that with str to count function. That's going to be input, and that's going to be match on input, and no, that's just going to be to count. No, that needs also the count. U32. Okay, so string to count, we've got that. So let's just do this where we give that. Okay, str to count. Okay, that's a little bit cleaner. Still, we haven't solved anything, but we are trying to make things a little bit cleaner. So line 69, when we get this, if the line is empty, we need to do something about that. So, wait, why is it not getting both of these? Let's look at that. So take until for blah, 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 blah. Maybe I want to do this another way, which is a let input let round be round rest take until input, then yeah, let's debug that. That's actually a good idea. And let's look at the rest. So input this round, so the other way around. Okay, so and then say so for each round we need to do this, and our input now is left to the side, and fold many zero needs to consume everything. Let's dbg this. Put round. Okay, so we've got input round. Awesome. So this one we don't care about because we have consumed things correctly. This is our cube count for the round. And we want this to be consumed correctly by saying, so we want this take until, but take till. If I recall correctly, this one actually consumes the thing. You can actually just build that by, it says, take till, expected, function closer, found string. Take till, take till tag, optional tag. No optional. This. Take till, receiving a function. Okay, so you know what? Let's just use take until and not think about that. Take until this tag. Then we need to strip out the tag is by doing this. And we are now splitting things maybe a little bit better. So line, that's the game. Here we are. That's the input, that's our round. So after that, our next input is going to be, why is it too green? Yes, it is. So input round. Wait, I'm feeling like I feel like we have more DBG statements that I'm supposed to see. Or, you know what, wait, input round, and then input round. Interesting, so we might not want to do this at all. Let's actually do this. Take till. So, oh, we don't need this anymore. So pass color. So we might not want this. Okay, so let's look at this. Now we've got more prints. Okay, so our input is this. We are splitting that into input and our round. Our next round is 3 blue, 4 red. We are splitting this and we are left with this thing. And that is okay. Cool. Now our input is what's left. Okay, so let's have these renamed differently because rest. And we are going to, yeah, using useful names might be useful, might be good. Rest. Oh, okay, so the prints should be a little bit more useful now. So we've got our input. So we've got our round. Let's actually flip these over just so we'll see them in correct order. So our rest, and then we are passing this one, and then we are left with this and only that. That's good. Now, next round is 1 red, 2 green, 6 blue. We are left with 2 green and semicolon. That's very good. Then this thing is not getting passed. So that's where we are basically sad because this is sometimes here and sometimes not. So let rest. Let's do this. So we've got. We need to consume that thing sanely, which is to say until that, and then our round is here, and we need to modify the rest, which is let rest be this thing, and need to consume another space. So our round and rest is okay. To green, where is the thing? So our optional going to be so this thing. Okay, so we have stripped it out, and we've got round input, and then we see 3 blue, 4 red, empty. Then next. Empty, 2 green, 2 green. That's twice. That's not good, probably. Oh, okay, so that was consumed correct successfully. Do we need this at this point? We don't. Awesome. So we need to do this now for also the cube, for the pass color. So pass color, let's just copy this pattern, which is we can say let rest. Actually, you know what? Let's just call that input because everything became rest in like 3 seconds. So we didn't use input at all. So yeah, let's rename that into rest and rest. And now let's rename this input. Oh, come on. Put this thing, this thing. Yeah, okay, so rest. Yeah. We can assert that remainder that this length is 0. And it says yeah, okay, so this assertion is now like a sanity check that we're passing correctly. Okay, let's take this, just replace the colons and put it here. So we've got input. So yeah, we need to take until this thing. So we are passing everything correctly now, I think. We don't need this one anymore. And this thing is so yeah, we don't need that. We don't need this thing. Is that right? No, that's not right. So we do need to actually consume this. Okay, so just pulse game. Wait, if we actually look at first of all, oh, we can run automatically. That's nice. Let's actually run all of these. It now says that we are failing to pass because, well, I've fucked up the call function. So let's look at the call function. So input parse color. So our input is oh wait, what? There is no round. So we need to ignore this thing. Or do we? Oh, it's the opposite. So this is input. This is I don't care. So so which one are you? Okay, let's just reason about this slowly. So our color now is going to be not really just one color, it's going to be a lot more things. So how do I stop this from actually rerunning? Um, so we need to first of all say, okay, let something. Okay, that's going to be the rest. We've got our full input, which is taken till this. Then we need to say that. Okay, that's good. Let's actually cool. Can actually run the simple tests now for a minute. Yeah, test pass color. That's the one. Okay. Was our DBG call? Left equals right. So take until tag. Okay, so input equals 3 blue. This one says that this one fails already. And it says, well, fill 1. It still fails. Okay, so this won't do if we have more than, yeah, okay, so how do we pass this cleanly? We want this, and we need let input be the optional tag. Yeah, consume the comma if present. Let's consume that in 2 steps, which is consume also the space if present. And that is going to work. Okay, so if we go back to parse color, let's go back to the tests. Let's try parse round. This now backtraces on erroring because there's take until, because there is no take until when we look at passing around. Well, that's because say this, don't need anything fancy here. We've got our input, can just consume it. It says round not found in the scope. This one is probably failing on something. Okay, so our remainder needs to be assertion is not interesting anymore. Okay, so we can either consume that or not. Okay, this assertion is now also working. Okay, so passing rounds and passing colors works. And we need to pass rounds. Okay, so let's actually run the pass game now. So pass game. This is going to fail because of panicked many 0. And our input was this thing, which so if we look at this, this actually needs to be so we're passing it 1 round. We need to maybe pass that how would we pass this game now? So each round wait, doing this correctly? So yeah, pass round should just work like that. It should fail if we okay, so if we now have 2 here, this should be not okay. Mismatched types. How do we actually get this? Let's just grab that. this should unwrap, right? Wait, what? Oh, that's not good. Let's look at that for a minute. So it says on this, and it says right is something, and left. Okay, so we are silently trimming this. That what happened? Our right is, why is B4? But it's just not good. So pass round is too lenient or something. Let's look at that. We've got pass color. We're consuming exactly one of these, then folding many pass color statements. So let's assert that our input. Oh, so that shouldn't throw. That actually should be same thing as. Okay, that should be the thing, but we can also actually claim this as an unconsumed input. Okay, so that should be 2 blue 2. Oh, oops. 2 blue. Okay, cool. So passing one round is actually doing the thing. And just to be extremely certain everything is like kind of working, then this should be now .1 count. Awesome. Pulse game. So pulse game is basically just supposed to run these rounds till there are no more games. So let's try these. So hold many 0. Passing one round each time. Just like this one is passing one round each time, then adding to the accumulator. And let's debug this apparently. Because, so match pass. I think that's probably what we want to debug. And let's go back to this last game, debug. Okay. This one is 0. Okay. Now let's read it carefully. So pass an empty string. Says okay. Returning here. Returning another. Okay, so that's our problem. We need to stop consuming when we have an empty string, which I feel like we've already known that. So that should be the input. Who's the one that's not erroring out? I think maybe it's this one. Assume this. Comma, whatever. let's do this. Um, so line 68 is called twice with the empty string. That's where we basically blow up. So input is semicolon. We air out because we cannot pass this, probably. Then we pass round again. Wait, oh, so, okay, so passing color, passing round. How's this the correct order of things? And go, but I see. Because we are passing color with this thing. Then we are trying again. And we have not consumed this. Okay, so consume the last one, the last color. We should have aired out. We haven't. I mean that this has, but then said, I mean, pass round again for that. Okay, so we need take till no, that's not right. Also take till colon, take till semicolon basically, and pass color. What the hell? Line 68, line 74. Count 3 blue input. Zoomed the thing. Okay. Then we are seeing input again with this thing and count 4 red. Okay. So far, so good. And pass color again with this thing, and we are turning this thing, salt, cube count. Okay, that's very good. Then round. This thing we are consuming, have consumed the semicolon. Then we are running, going to be this, that, this. Yeah, so 1 red, 2 green, 6 blue. And then we are supposed to also return pass color. Yeah, what we should fail here, and we do. And we return cube count this thing. 1, 2, 6. That's very correct. Then go turning to this thing. Green, that's good. Then we are having another input, all zeros, and then we are having another input, all zeros again. Interesting. So that means we don't need to air out. We fail to pass something. So when is the signal when we know that? Because our input is empty. So we haven't advanced the input. How would we know to do that? If input is empty, probably not okay, but I mean, we actually want to stop. Is that the way to stop? Saying don't do that, that will not, right? Yeah, that won't help us. So we want something like return. Okay, so if input is empty, then error UF. Will we see this as a good thing? And it says, okay, so we've got something. And we are now panicking on correctness, which is interesting. So let's look at our thing. And it always has, okay, so we have a trailing thing, which is an empty like an empty thing. Okay, so go to pass round. We've got that. So old many 0. How would we do this correctly now? So for each game, we'd like to, I mean, we can just not do anything about that and just do this Oh, we actually did have a semicolon here. That's actually another, like, an empty round. I mean, this is actually correct. That's going to be just zeros. Okay. And this is still going to fail, of course, but that's because we haven't implemented that. This has been taking hours, and for such a simple and dumb algorithm. We're so stupid. Okay, and we do this. So for every game we pass, we do need to do one more thing, which is to compare the actual results. So this one is a vector count. Yeah, that's good. And if cubes hit any cube larger than limits, type mismatch. Cube count. Yeah, okay, we need to borrow for the comparison. That's okay. Okay, so for each cube count, oh, can also do this. Okay, seems cleaner. So if any things like that, we are returning none. Otherwise, we return some game ID. And it says value moved here. Data moved here. Okay, so apparently we need to borrow this thing. Okay, so all of our tests are now passing. Let's just verify that. And we can remove a lot of the imports. Should be cleaner now. Yeah, and let's just remove the debug statements, which apparently are terribly terrible. So dbg, debug and debug. Let's run these. Yeah, so all of our tests are passing now. We have one more debug statement that we don't need. And now that we have our debug statements, let's actually get our puzzle input. Copy that. Let's put it somewhere here. So it's supposed to be an inputs file d2p1 txt, and can run our code, which is cargo run d2p1. d2p1. And we've got 3702. Okay, first of all, yeah, so we've got ourselves an output 3702. Let's try that in our thing. That's not the right answer. It's too high. Oh shit. Okay, so let's figure these out, apparently. So let's take one game, figure out if any of these need to be. I mean, I really feel like Rust is not the right language for this, but what do I know? So we've got that, and start this. So in this case, oh wait, do we need, yeah, we need our game ID. Have we actually considered that to be true? Working? Okay. Never mind. Let's just focus on this. So we've got this one, we should be 0. So this test is actually passing. Yeah. Okay, so this test is passing. Let's look at the input. Copy few more games. Actually, let's copy let's copy these into our test. And let's actually look at that. So we've got 19, so definitely no, that's 0 still, 16 red, 0 still, and here we've got 4 blah 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 blah, green, blue, 5 red, 18. Yeah, 18 red, so still 0. Let's rerun. Oh, okay, and we see 98. Definitely too high. Oh, wait, game 98 is correct. Wait, 19 green is... We do have 19 green here, so let's just isolate this one because apparently we have failed to pass this correctly. And let's run that again. So let's assert equal this thing. That's going to be 0. Oh, yeah, it should be 0. We are going to see that it is equal to 98. Okay, so let's debug. So let's take this one out of the past game, and so assert equal past game, a lot of crap. Let's pass this in and count the map. So we've got yeah, that is correct. So all of these are correct. So green 19 is working. So does that mean our comparison is incorrect? Let's actually look at the iteration. And it says we need our count to be higher than the limit. That means we are none. So if any, let's look at the implementation of this. Our partial ordering. We are deriving from partial order. That means so we can also like claim all less than equal to limit. Return none. So actually, let's just match that. Would be nicer. So match this. True, false. So if all, then some game ID, otherwise none. So passing the game. Okay, so $19.5. Sanity check. Third. Ooh, I see the bug. Yeah. Okay, so it needs to be a comparison any of these Okay, so that's our problem basically. We are comparing this as a vector, the tuple, not as a bitwise. We need all of the internal components to be correct. So let's just say that's going to be let's call that impl. Oh, we can actually just implement here. So fn all um, all less than, yeah, and that's going to be our new thing. And that's going to be cube iter cube all less than limit. And now our assertion is going to be okay, but this one isn't still. So yeah, we want to do is okay. Yeah, that's going to be set too high be this, then set that too high true. Yeah, that's going to be expected bool found cube count, but or less than needs to return a bool, and it does. Let limits be this thing. Oh, says no. So yeah, this needs to too high or less than should be false. Okay, and we can now run this again against the actual input. And we've got a new output, which is a little bit lower, which we hope is our actual submission. We get 1 gold star. Awesome. Hey. And now, as you continue to walk, okay, let's try to speedrun this. But we do have one answer. Let's actually commit that because we do want things to work. So we've got a solution. It is day 1, day 2, part 1, solution working, commit. And we can also link inputs day 2, part 1 with inputs day 2, part 2. Yeah, okay. So is this working? CD into inputs. Is that working? Okay, so rm link and okay. Feels like I will modify this by just passing the day 2 thing every time, the day number without everything else. Anyhow, let's continue with part 2. So we've got puts, outputs, day 1, day 2, new part 2, attach to module, and let's read the problem. The elf says they've stopped producing snow because they aren't getting any water. He isn't sure why the water stopped. However, he can show you how to get the water source to check out for yourself. Just up ahead. As you continue to walk, the elf poses a second question. In each game you played, what is the fewest number of cubes of each color. Um, so what is the fewest number of cubes? That could have been in the bag to make the game possible. I see. So we need to basically keep track of the maximum of the maximum of each color, basically. Okay, so let's keep track of the maximum as well. So let's actually look at part one and let's just add this and then just track the right solution for each one. So, oh, and then we probably need to sum all of these or something. Yeah. So the power of all of set of cubes is equal to the number cubes multiplied together. Power of the minimum set of cubes in game 1 is 48. Games 2.5. Okay. This is the sum of blah, 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 blah. So for each game, we need to keep track of the maximum of each. So we've got a struct of cube count. Just need another one to keep track of the actual thing. Is yeah, so within a game, here we're passing the round. So in each round, we know that the result is actually we need to do something about it. So we don't need only a vector of the cube counts, we also need a vector for the minimum things. So we need two vectors. So let's just have that. So let counts be a vector of well, this thing. We need, you know what? Let's just double pass that. Fuck that shit. So let's copy everything over and just modify the things. So pass color. Now we are not trying to just push the cubes. We are, oh, I mean, we are pushing the cubes, but we just need to find the minimums. Okay, so we are only updating this probably. Wait, no, but if we sum things already, then we are unable to actually do this. So yeah, okay, pass round. So instead of passing this, we need to update with the minimum, which is to say we need to bump this up. So let's actually import that. So function bump. That's going to be no, that's the mute self other, and that's going to be self r going to be the maximum of these. Yeah, so instead of summing, we are just bumping the count every time. So let's just do that. We are now accumulating this thing. So instead of that, we just say bump item, and we need to return our accumulator. Yeah. Okay, so this is our round. We need to pass the game. And here we've got our minimal playable set. So each time, now the power is going to be, let's just implement that for a minute quickly. So that's going to be our function power self. That is correct. composer power. And let's add these. So we just need to collect. So the power of set is thing. The power of the minimum set of cubes in this games. Okay, so for each game, find the minimum set of cubes that must have been present. What is the sum of the power of these sets? So we don't need to filter anything. We just need to pass and then sum the powers. So instead of counting, we don't have any more limitations. Just need this. So we've got our count and we say power on that. And this is going to be, so cubes. Oh, wait, in our game, we need to, so this is our, oh, sorry about that. I'm currently a little bit off. Needs to be this game. Still, this is a round. No, but actually, every round is just the thing. So bump item. Yeah. So we are borrowing this. We are bumping the round like in one game. So that's our round. But here also we don't need a vector, a new vector. We just need take the cube count here. And also here we like mutable thing and we say bump item. And now we've got exactly one cube count also here. And that means that we basically keep track of the maximum cube count for each game for each round. That means that will give us the minimal set basically. Start with zeros and then that's what we end up with. And now within our pass game, we can say cube count. So that's going to be our cube sets. Cube. And we want to sum over these. So cube set powers basically. So just why is this angry at me? Because we needed to, we don't need to match on that. Wait, oh. No limits. There are no limits here. Okay. So pass game, okay. So there's no matching at this point. Let cube set for this thing. And just need to we don't care about the input, so and cube set power. And angry because we need to say some cube set power. And I think that should do it. Our tests won't work, but we can try to just run that and YOLO this. So cargo run day 2 part 2. And it now is angry at us because it's changed to EU32. Filter map, we are returning it says item equals U32. Great. So pass game returns a result of this thing. So we don't need the game ID, but we didn't need to pass that, so that's okay. Guys, how is it different than this one? Here we are then returning some uint, some usize. And here we are returning as usize. That's a difference. Okay. Expected. Oh, good. It says that we have not had this right here. So we need this thing, and in our main function, we also need to update that. So to make public that, and our new output is going to be something crazy high, I think. For that, 69,000. Submit. 1 gold star. Yay. Okay, that was way quicker. Okay, so yeah, we won. See you tomorrow.